Good morning, Antique Raven. It just occurred to me that that 6 minute emote doesn't really make sense anymore. I used to say I was taking a 6 minute break and then just be gone for however long I pleased. So we came up with a 6 minute clock, which is just question marks for minute hands and hour hands. Hey, Pillow Kitty, good morning. It might seem like the same map, but different day, different story. Today might be the last day with Ramos, though. We might roll a new character tomorrow. What is today? Tuesday? Time for some psi powers, and we need somebody with natural meditation type. Yeah, it just sucks that the knee spike did almost nothing for the early game. I really thought that was going to be a massive help for the first couple raids. Nope. That's where you're wrong. Spikes on both knees? It's too dangerous. How would you crawl? You guys hear that? I don't think my microphone's picking it up. Well, it's more complicated than that. Because the knee spike has really good armor pen. And most of the people who are entering the map have daggers and clubs, and the knee spike is better than both of those. The problem is the knee spike, I believe, is a medium verb or a mid verb, making it less likely to trigger than a high verb. I think that's how it works. It's been a while since I've looked at the melee system. Knee spike is usually best on a range character. Or any implant, really. Any melee implant is really better on a range character. It's not really great on a melee character. Well, that's not entirely true, though, because armor pen is important against clothing. Because parkas and button-down shirts are still some amount of armor. Especially when you're talking about 0 armor pen of fists. I don't actually know what the armor pen of fists are. Hey, Source Connect, how are you? How was your weekend? Did you do anything fun? You took apart a deck. That sounds like a lot of work. Should we start? I have been using a webcam the past week. I probably should go back to using a webcam again, eh? Actually, last week I didn't use a webcam. I don't know why. Just didn't turn it on. Haven't even watched your last stream yet? I don't want to spoil it for you, but unless you really, really want extra streams, you're probably okay just watching this one. Then again, if you really want to watch extra streams, then I will take the compliment. So, win-win. I feel like you need one more thing. A little dirt. Do you have any dirt I can have? Do you have any idea how valuable dirt is in Waterworld? It's worth more than gold. And gold is worth like $120 a gram right now. $128 a gram. That's crazy. Now accepting tips in the form of gold. Have you seen the prices for potting soil? I make my own soil, so no, I haven't. What are the prices for potting soil? How have you not been forced to think about Waterworld? We've made references to it like 3 times a day for the past week. And we're playing on a Waterworld type run. Also going to start taking tips in the form of potting soil. I guess we should go 3x. I'm just kind of sitting here. Spacing out a little bit. Have you guys upgraded to Windows 11 yet? Oh wait, isn't that like this next week or this week is the last week of Windows 10 support? God, I should do that today. Really? I don't know how much 12 quartz is, though. What is that in pounds? Probably gonna get infection from this. At least soil is reasonably renewable. Or, sorry, not renewable. Reusable, I mean. The soil is definitely not renewable. Soil is at least reusable. You gotta amend it a little bit, but... Or mix it with compost. But I feel like if you're gardening, you should probably compost as well. My fish. £10. Dollar a pound does seem pretty expensive. Okay, I've got a good feeling about today. I don't know if it's about the run or about the stream. I don't know. Neither of them are connected to reality in any way, shape, or form, so take that as you will. But I got a good delusional feeling about today. Hey Volrath, how are you? How's the new computer treating you? That's good. Any issues with it yet? I got to upgrade to a Windows 11. I was just talking about that. Do you know what day they're ending? It's like October 15th, right? Is that the day they're ending support for Windows 10? Well, so much for a good feeling. Yeah, I need to get that set up. Uh-oh. Interesting, if you botch a fence, you have a chance to get the resources back, I guess? That's cool. Oh my god, she ran. Oh, I'm dead. I forgot to set her to ignore. I hate that. Oh, she's not gonna get away. Well, GG. Look how many times they attacked her already. Okay. Turns out we are not, in fact, off to a good start. Off to a pretty bad start. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. Next you're gonna say she dies to ostriches a lot. You don't say. Probably more than the second time. It seems like the Manhunter packs are always guinea pigs, so I don't know why. And she's died to Manhunter packs a couple times. I'm a bit salty about it. I feel like this is why, although that one was more of a player error since I didn't set her to ignore, but I feel like this is why I need to cut trees down earlier and not just let them grow until I get my first shelter up. How do I add the custom map again to RimWorld? Were you the one that asked on Discord earlier? Because I answered. No, I answered this morning. Try to do me a huge favor and try to not just send one-word messages. It spams chat really badly. Really? The family run got you hooked on RimWorld, a game you never knew existed? Really? So you bought RimWorld after watching that video? Did YouTube just like randomly recommend it to you? Alright, we're just straight up pretending that didn't even happen. Didn't happen. What didn't happen? Exactly. Have you guys ever watched Lex, the sci-fi series? It's got to be the absolute worst TV show in the history of TV shows that I've actually still continued to watch. It's so unhinged. It's like a fever dream. It's so weird and even weirder when it was a Showtime. Dude, it is so weird. And the writing is so bad. The acting is so bad. The special effects are so bad. It's like they have a scene where there's a green screen effect, but then the actor's all green. You can tell it's green. It's like, it's so bad. And yet I keep watching. It's so weird too, because it's like the actors, some of the actors are like B-list and A-list celebrities. Like they have Tim Curry on there. Is it Tim Curry? Is that his name? Tim Curry? Yeah, Tim Curry is in like episode 2. And he's fantastic. Dude, that show is so unhinged. I can't stop watching it though. It's so weird. It's like one of those shows you watch because it's campy. I feel like some horror movies are like that. Many years ago, I dated a girl who absolutely loved campy horror movies, and like the campier the better. And she introduced me to. Did you know Peter Jackson used to make horror movies, and they were awful? It really reminds me of that same thing. In episode 1, the dude from Spin City's in it. And I'm thinking, oh, he's like a B-list celebrity. He's going to be probably one of the main cast, right? And then he just dies. He's just gone. It's like, oh, okay. Well, never mind. Never mind. You were binge watching The Sims 3 gameplay and challenges, and the video just randomly popped up in my newsfeed. Haven't played the game nor heard of it before. Really? Well, that's cool. I'm glad I could introduce you to the game. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. And now I'm glad you're here watching the stream. That's awesome. I feel like YouTube does a way, way, way better job with discovery than Twitch. I don't really know how Twitch could do it better. But I don't think you'd ever hear a story like that on Twitch. Twitch has Discover? Well, sort of. There are recommended channels. Sometimes you get recommended a channel on the left-hand side of your screen that isn't a channel you follow or have watched before. And there's the front page. I've thought about signing up for the front page, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. I probably should. Sure, but there must have been a time where you didn't follow this stream. You watched it for the first time. Usually I find those just from browsing games. Well, yeah, I think most people find streams from browsing games. No, I recognize that, King Cookie, that it would be a lot harder to recommend streams in the way that YouTube can recommend videos. I'm just saying, I wish they did figure out something. Because YouTube really, really beats them badly in that regard. Well, I'm happy to hear you started playing RimWorld and you're enjoying it, though. Did you force a map like this to generate? Nope. What was that alert? You're tempted to try this? You should try it. I mean, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Sorry, my microphone's gonna be muted for a second. Yeah, I guess you could end up like me and continuing to play it for 2 weeks straight. Oh, good lord. I feel like the game is telling me something. I don't know what, but I think the game is telling me something. First it was guinea pigs, then it was the plague, and then it's skulls raining from the sky. Okay. Okay. Get those off my island. A war merchant. Do you guys buy skulls? Guys, I've got a pile of premium skulls that I want to sell to you. These things are worth their weight in gold. $120 a gram. They don't even buy skulls. What kind of war merchant are they? Worst war merchant ever. Imagine being a war merchant and not buying skulls. Oh, thanks, buddy. I hope you have a good rest of your day, too. Thanks for watching my videos. Is that what you would do with a skull? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I would do that with a skull. Oh my god. Dude, are you kidding me? What the hell? Alright, things are looking up. That is a hell of a heavy SMG. An engraving on this weapon shows a triangle surrounded by ellipses. A young archer watches over all while crying. Almost every shape in the image seems to be horizontal. I almost feel bad, though. Like, if we do really well this run, it's gonna be because I got this thing. I like how her only possession in the entire world is an SMG. Just her and a machine gun. On a desert island. Yeah, it feels a little cheesy. We should throw it back. Catch and release. Yeah, it's pretty strong. I feel bad. Oh well. The lady in the lake wanted us to have it. Are you saying that she wants Ramos to be Queen of England? Queen of the Isles? Man, I've had a low-grade headache for like 12 hours now. Actually longer than that. It was before I went for a run yesterday. I guess it's like 6 p.m. What time is it? 10 a.m. Almost 11 a.m. 10:30. I might be dying. Oh, now she has a low-grade headache. Nice. We're in the same boat, lady. No, I don't really have allergies. I think maybe I haven't drank enough water. I don't know if horseshoe's the way to go so early on. Maybe better to, well, now I suppose the guinea pigs won't be a big deal. Our wealth didn't really go up that much. This thing's only worth 665. That's crazy. It's a good Monty Python reference. I really want to play that clip, but I worry I'm gonna get DMCA claim against me. Sammy? Don't call me Sammy. Sam. Major break risk. Maybe you shouldn't be eating raw fish. Oh, interesting. They're gonna prepare for a while. Let's hope these two guys engage them. What's going to be the tech for this run? I don't know what you mean by that question. Oh my god, he just one-tapped her. How are you planning on surviving on a desert island? That's the fun thing. I'm not. Did they have good stats? The raider or the trader? Raider didn't have the best stats. The guy who shot her? 9 shooting. Pretty good. Not bad. Another group of travelers. Okay. The way to survive on a desert island is patience. A lot of sitting around drinking tea. Kicking my feet up. Leaning back and relaxing. Speaking of leaning back and relaxing, I need to get a new chair. I've been keeping an eye out for Herman Millers on Craigslist. There's one for like $250, which is very tempting for Herman Miller. Look at these guys. They brought a bunch of panthers. We'll just let them hang out. Gotta get some of those Odyssey pets now. Like a tiger. Although tigers are really hard to get. Giant toads, those are cool. Panthers, please don't eat my fish. This is my private stockpile. My private supply. Should be easier to hunt now, at least. Yeah, it works pretty good. I think gorillas are the best pet in the game right now, though. Gorillas are really cool. We should do a gorilla. We should do a gorilla farm, not gorilla farm, like a gorilla breeding run, where we focus on using gorillas. Maybe just one pawn and a bunch of gorillas. Yeah, we were just talking about the best animals in the game, and I was just saying gorillas are. Gorillas are the best. No, I don't want to breed a pawn with a gorilla. Don't be gross. No, I want to start farming gorillas. Yeah, Jane Goodall. Wasn't she studying chimps though? I don't think it was gorillas, was it? Not that it matters. I get what you're saying. Like, it's the same either way, but. Primates in general, was it? She was an English primatologist and anthropologist, so yeah, I guess she was more just a study of primates as a whole. She was known for her 60 years of studying chimpanzees in Tanzania's Gombe Stream National Park. So it was primarily chimpanzees. But she was a primatologist, so. I don't know who that is, but I like the name Penny Patterson. That's a good name. A shaman merchant. I need clothing. Visitors are leaving. I guess they don't like hanging out in a sandstorm. Who would have thought? Hurts the eyes a bit. I don't have anything to trade to these guys. I guess I have a little bit of silver, but... This is a vulture self-tamed. It's okay. All of us are already well aware of your maturity level, so it's cool. Got him. Yeah, but I'm not going to ask you to stop because I feel like you've, I don't want to say earned the right, but adjacent to that. Why would you even want to talk like that, though? Isn't that just annoying to even type like that? R.I.P. Vulture. Ramos, what can we do to get your mood up? Benevolent dictator? No, 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 no. This is a social group driven by economic factors. I'd like to think of it like I fined him, but he already paid the fine. Honestly, with the current state of the United States, dictator jokes are a little scary. I'm not sure how comfortable I am with them. Look at that. Look at that hut. Aaron, are you going to sell all of your Costco gold today? Is today the day? Gotta unload all that Costco gold. Why the fences for walls? Because I can't afford a door and I can't afford more walls. And if a Manhunter pack attacks right now, I need something to stop the Manhunter pack. Speaking of, let's set this to ignore. It won't stop all Manhunters, but it will stop guinea pigs, which is predominantly what I'm facing. I'll replace them soon. We're not going to really lose much wood by deconstructing 2 fences. The island has a lot more plants this time around. Yeah, I feel like after a while, it really starts to grow a lot. Grass, and we got the anima tree this time. Yeah, it didn't take very long for the trees to grow up. Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? I can't run from this thing. God damn it. I swear to god, if I lose with this stupid heavy SMG... How many times do I have to hit this thing in the body? Okay, there we go. I have herbal medicine. We're definitely going to use that herbal medicine here. I was just about to hunt this thing too. That's the worst part. We got to make sure we hunt those animals that could be dangerous. Man, that was so close to disaster. Not even get to use the heavy SMG. Why does your island have animals anyway? They just swim here. Now for a scar on the torso? No, don't joke about that. Don't you put that evil on me. Yeah, honestly, after a while, it gets kind of packed with animals. Oh, cool. That did not give me the wood I needed. I thought that was going to be enough wood. A transport pod crash. You got any clothing? No, just tattered pants, which is not going to really help me much right now. I guess the extra medical would be useful, but it's pretty far away, and I don't really want to risk it with the mood that I have right now. There's no way you still believe in that company. I think you just to talk about it like as a meme. I don't think you actually believe in that company. Well, that sucks. Man, I was coming home from the trails on Sunday and I saw a Cybertruck. Talk about the ugliest vehicle on the road. Name an uglier vehicle than the Cybertruck. I'll wait. Corsair, I'm gonna need to see a link of this. I need to look it up. The Back to the Future car is way better looking than a Cybertruck. Are you kidding me? Yes, that was the Riri, or is it Rai Rai or Riri? How do we pronounce your name? Anyway, that was the exact first car I thought of when I was thinking of ugly cars. I thought the PT Cruiser for a while was really definitely up there in terms of the worst looking car, but the Cybertruck makes the PT Cruiser look way better. If I had to pick between a PT Cruiser and a Cybertruck, I'd pick the PT Cruiser every day. Wait, you think this is an ugly car, Aranor? I think that's a pretty nice looking car. Nissan Jukes are pretty cursed. I don't mind it. It's like it's a little small, but it's a subcompact. It's a little small. Okay, the Corsair. Who makes the Corsair? The 2025 Lincoln Corsair? Is that what you're talking about? Because this thing looks sweet. You got to be talking about something else, because you're not talking about this. No, the one from the 60s? Oh, okay. I was going to say, this thing looks sweet. I would definitely drive this car. There's a Corvair. Is that what you're talking about? The Chevy Corvair? The Pontiac Aztek is ugly. I'll give you that. But is it as ugly as a Cybertruck? Not even comparable. I do feel like we need to compare modern cars to modern cars, though. The Corvair is not a great looking car, but I'm not sure it's a fair comparison. I mean, if we go far enough back, cars are pretty ugly. Like the Model T was not a great looking car. But I don't know if that's a fair comparison. Well, I'm not disagreeing with you there, Nor. I'm just saying I saw a Cybertruck this weekend, and it reminded me how ugly that car is. That's all. That's all I'm saying. The Model T was a good for its era. If you could compare it to other cars in that era, yeah, it was a good looking car. That's what I'm saying though. We got to compare cars in the same era. I'd take a Model T over a Cybertruck, although the Model T is probably a little slow. Cannot trade anything to that. Man, I would love to get some of that tea. I should still be streaming in 3 hours, I think. Maybe. It's very hot. I need you to go swimming. I need you to go swim. Oh, there. Good. That helps. Oh, they left a gift. Oh, a short bow. That's really helpful. Thanks, guys. All right, Ramos fully healed. That was really close, though. I would have been. I don't usually get sad when a run like this dies. I just kind of expected eventually that one of these runs is gonna end, or each of these runs gonna end. But I would have been sad on that one. Not even get to use the heavy SMG. That would have been sad. I'm trying to get this door made. Major break risk is not good. That is not good. Let's go ahead and shut this tree down. Try to get the door made. Please don't botch. Okay. It's very stressful. Hey, bulk goods trader. Oh, man. When's the last time we actually had a bulk goods trader come through? I'm gonna wait for them to get a little closer and try to fish more. We can trade them all of this stuff, pretty much. The question is, can we get enough steel to make it worthwhile? I might actually buy wood. Please don't break. Oh man, if she breaks, I'm gonna be so sad. We better just go trade. Let's try to get a little more fish. Fish sells for a fair bit, but Need to make sure we can take full advantage of this. Maybe they'll leave me a gift. All right. 62 silver worth? Guys, I can almost buy 25 steel for the research bench. Let's buy 20 and then we'll try to fish some more. You guys don't want to buy a bow? We'll totally not botch the bench. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Luckily, jinxing doesn't exist. Okay, we got enough steel for the research bench. We're making progress, chat. We're making progress. I do almost feel like this run doesn't really count in the grand scheme of things. But, oh well. What am I going to do? Restart? What am I going to do? Throw out? I could sell them. Oh, no, they won't buy it. Never mind. I was going to say, how selling them the heavy SMG is a dumb idea, but it would make me feel better. There's an emu. I would love to try to attack the emu now. But I don't want to go out there. A gift? Flame bow? Come on, man. What am I gonna do with a flame bow? Oh, here comes the emu too. Awesome. But I should be able to kill it with my with door peeking. That didn't work. You're kind of terrible. Well, it's in the body, so 93% per day is pretty good. This might be my new favorite song in this game. Guys, if you fished up a heavy SMG from the ocean floor, it wouldn't work, right? I don't know very much about guns, but I'm pretty confident you can't just pick up a gun from the bottom of the ocean floor and fire it. Am I wrong? Not much of a gun guy. Well, at least we killed the emu before I broke. That's good. Depends on how long it's been there. I'm going to give you guys two guesses on how long you think a gun has been on the ocean floor to make it out to a desert island. Probably not since the dawn of time, so you need to use your other guess. You got one guess left. Shorter than the dawn of time, more recent than yesterday, maybe? How did the pawn get here story-wise? She was on a boat. She did not crash land on a ship. So I don't know where certain someone's getting that idea. She was on a boat, and the boat sank in a rough storm. Her clothes were tattered. She was swimming for a while before finding wreckage of the boat that she was on, and she clung to the wreckage and floated until she saw an island, and then swam for the island. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm gonna die to heat stroke. Okay, that's not fun. Well, so much for using the heavy SMG. Wow, that sucks. How are you today, Elder? Playing RimWorld again? She might survive if the temperature goes down, but it's pretty unlikely. I guess I don't have to feel bad about getting the heavy SMG early on. Swimming does help with heat stroke, but she has to actually go swimming, and she won't swim while she's broken. You can't just stand in water. You have to actually swim. Which is, I suppose, where the silly part comes in. Oh, well, this is unfortunate. Oh, good visitors. Hey, Miranda, how are you today? Getting punished by this game today. Nice things being dangled in front of my face and then just ripped away. How's your day going? We're down to 302. We need to get down to 299 to survive this. She's at the point now where her heat stroke's not going to get worse, but the malnutrition is, so she's probably going to die from malnutrition. Oh, no, heap's going back up. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of this run. Alright, I'm just going to call it on this one. RIP, awesome heavy SMG. Let's go on the north side of the island this time. Yeah, the lucky SMG was not so lucky. Not even a little bit, turns out. not really anything I could have done there. I need to get that passive cooler up as soon as possible, but what if she would have made it last minute? That's why I waited so long, but the temperature was going up, so she really could not have survived there. Nah, it would take me like an hour to re-roll the pawn every time. I think I am going to roll a new pawn for tomorrow's run, though, if I don't win today. Sorry, I was all tabbed. Well, there's a few things I disagree with there. I don't think it would make it more fun. And we don't have to rely on her hoping she fishes up something useful. That's not the core of the run. We do have to rely on traders. But I think that's part of the fun. There's no single event that has to happen for us to succeed. There's not even a small set of events that have to happen for us to succeed. It's all about the combination of things that can happen, that allow for success. And making the best of those situations, I think, is the fun part. Would a run be fun where you made the island bigger and maybe a little more realistic to an actual island? Sure. Yeah, that would be fun too, but it would be less challenging. And the point of this run is a challenge run. It's like playing Sea Ice. There's ways you could make Sea Ice more fun. Like playing it with an iceberg, right? Like take the default Sea Ice map. It's quite a bit harder than playing on an iceberg Sea Ice. But iceberg Sea Ice is more fun. Well, maybe not more fun. It's a different kind of fun, but it's easier. It's less of a challenge. That's why the YouTube series on iceberg, or the iceberg YouTube series, is going so well. If that was a normal Sea Ice run, there'd be a lot more failure. They're both equally fun in different ways. I recognize that this kind of gameplay is not for everyone. I don't expect that everyone would want to play this run. There's some people who have talked about playing this run, but with a larger island. And that's perfectly fine. Like if somebody wants to copy this run, but increase the island, maybe add a little soil, maybe add some like a hill or something, you know, like a mountain, maybe add some caves. Nothing wrong with that. It wouldn't be as challenging, but that's okay because not everyone's looking for a challenge. But I really think the challenge of this particular run is the fun part. I do think it would be cool to see screenshots of what people come up with in relation to this, though. Like if somebody makes their own custom island that's a little bigger, I'd love to see a screenshot. What do you need to make pots with something growing? You can only grow flowers in the plant pot. That's 20 wood. You can grow bonsai trees in the bonsai pot. That's 24 wood. Starting over with a palm with clothes on is still in the spirit of the challenge, right? I mean, if you survive a shipwreck, why would you be naked? Well, I mean, it's a naked brutality run, so... Is it in the spirit of the challenge? No. Would it be a fun run in and of itself? Yeah. No, 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 no. Yeah, I can't research bonsai, which would be the preferred way of going about it, but... I mean, I can research bonsai, but obviously I need research bench first. Mortal Kombat! Through water in the iguana's eyes. Oh my god, knee spike stab scarred the eyeball. You know, if you did this exact run, but you gave your character clothes at the beginning of it, and you actually beat it, would I say that you didn't complete the challenge? No. No, that would be impressive in and of itself. But to me, it's like the difference between beating Sea Ice with naked brutality and beating Sea Ice with Rich Explorer, or Sea Ice with just some clothes on. It's like, well, is beating Sea Ice naked brutality more impressive than beating Sea Ice with clothes on? Yes, it's more impressive. It takes more determination, more persistence, more patience. Is naked brutality Sea Ice a silly way to play the game? Yes. Was the pawn entirely randomed or picked by rolling? What's the difference between random and rolling? I don't understand. I didn't take the very first pawn, if that's what you're asking. I don't have any mods installed, so rolling characters is the only way to pick. Maybe I'm not fully understanding what you're asking. I did random over and over and over again until I got a character I thought would work. Yeah, Darkness, all of the small animals are massive. Yeah, pretty much any small animal in this game is like 5 times the size of an Earth version of it. Speaking of which, I gotta fix the map next time we reroll. I walked away. How did we die? Heat stroke, unfortunately. Very sad. Yeah, it's a very disappointing way for that run to end, but hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. We gotta do everything we possibly can to keep her mood up. I almost feel like the horseshoe pin... Oh, that counts as solitary recreation. Okay, so that is bad. We do want to get horseshoe pin up. Interesting. Yeah, I almost feel like we absolutely need the horseshoe pin as early as possible to stop the tolerance increase for solitary, so she's more likely to... go swimming. If her tolerance is too high for her, she will not go swimming. But we need her to go swimming sometimes to get rid of the heat stroke. Bluefish rotting away. Oh, you know what? I need to make sure I'm using the ritual too. I keep forgetting about that. Let's make sure we're doing that. Have you considered making a shelter? I've thought about it. Why do you cut the trees before they're 100%? Is it a statistical efficiency thing? Well, not necessarily. When you cut them at 20%, they get 6 wood total. 6 wood, well, no, 8 wood total. When you cut them at 100%, they give you 14 wood total. And they get something like one wood per day, I think, something like that. But I cut them early because a lot of these things I absolutely need as soon as possible. Like, I need the recreation. I need the passive cooler. I need cooked food. So if cutting it down enables me to build that thing, then I go for it right away. I'm not losing resources by not letting it grow. As long as new cactus are popping up. No, I'm not losing resources by not letting it. How do I phrase it? Usually I try to let it grow long enough to at least give me 10 wood between the stump and the cactus. Right, we're not losing resources by cutting early. I mean, I guess in the most technical sense we are, but not in terms of efficiency of one cactus. When you think about it in different terms, though, we are losing resources by cutting early. But it's worth it to actually get the effectiveness of the resources. The utility of the resources. Because right now, the wood in this cactus has 0 utility. Are you trying to actually escape said island? Not only are we trying to escape the island, we're trying to escape via rocket launch. So it's not enough just to leave the island. Anyway, when you think about it in terms of the capacity of the island, right? Like how much wood you can extract from the island, you can't control how often the cactus pops up. So in that sense, there's only a certain amount of capacity per minute that you can get, and leaving the cactus up increases that capacity per minute, if that makes sense. Since having a cactus up isn't going to block another cactus from spawning, except in the most extreme circumstance, which we'll never reach. But I feel like we're getting into the nitty-gritty here of things that are not that important to survival on this island. The most important thing is trying to get utility out of the resources. Anyway, some ads are going to start playing in about a minute and a half on Twitch, just a heads up. Anyone that subscribes to the channel or is already subscribed does not have to watch any ads. So if you got a Prime sub sitting around that you're not using, if you got an Amazon account or an Amazon Prime that you were paying for that you haven't linked your Twitch account yet, you can link it. You get a Prime sub every month, once a month. You can use it to block ads on a channel. I don't know if that's true because, and I have this vague memory of people talking about. I don't know if this is true at all. What I'm about to say, but I have this vague memory of a conversation we had about trees making it more likely for trees to spawn. That when you cut down all of the trees, God, maybe I'm mistaking this. We were talking about something else. I remember us talking about. I thought it was better to clear cut all the trees, but in fact, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Can't remember the specific details of it. The problem is it's risky to let these trees grow. I need shelter from animal attacks. I need a passive cooler. I need a cook fire. Camping fire. Cooking spot, whatever you want to call it. I mean, do you have any idea how many people die to trees every year in the United States? Because I sure don't. I have no clue. More than 0. I would guess that trees kill more people per year than every single person in chat combined right now. But if we took everyone watching this stream right now and combined their total, trees kill more people. I sure hope so. Good lord. If not, you guys have a lot of explaining to do. To the police. Not to me, I don't want to know. I don't want to get involved. Between 50 and 100 per year in the United States. Miranda is actually a tree. 150-foot tall oak tree, believe it or not. I never would have guessed it. I am going to remake the map. I have to. If I roll a new pawn, I have to remake the map. That's why I'm hesitant to to roll a new pawn. Oh my god. We just hit the mother load. Jackpot! Can't dev mode add a pawn. Yeah, but dev mode adding a pawn would be 100 times more tedious than just making a new map. It is a good drop. Very, very good drop. Because one of the most dangerous things in the early game is heat stroke. And this gives us like 13 degrees of protection. I want to save the rest of this. Oh, we could make a door out of it, actually. I didn't even think about that. Oh, I kind of hate to use it for that, but yeah, let's do it. Got to make use of our resources. And a bedroll. Did the drop pod crush those cacti? No, I cut them down. I don't think it crushed any. Alright, we just need 10 more wood to finish our hut. That would be cool, and then baskets could increase your carry capacity by a little bit. Like you can carry 2 stacks instead of 1. Or a stack and a half or something. That'd be cool. Alright, I need to get a bow going. We don't really need the passive cooler now. Except a really bad heat wave, I suppose we would. She's playing horseshoes through a palm tree. That's next level. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm scared. We need a bow. Please have mercy. Don't murder me, Monitor Lizard. Yeah, I guess I could actually tame the Monitor Lizard. That's a good idea. Don't think I'll name it, but good idea to tame it. No! I'm not ready. It's a lot of botching. I need to bring my fish in. They can't if they are livestock animals. If they're animals that are just like zonable animals, they can pass through fences. So like the monitor lizard can go over the fence. The guinea pig can go over the fence. God damn it, I didn't think they could go over the fence. Why did I think that? Are guinea pigs not livestock? A log is basically the same as fists. Logs are not very good in combat. Man, are guinea pigs not livestock? No, hostiles cannot always bypass fences. No, I've seen it happen so many times where you get a manhunting camel and they just hang out outside on the other side of the barricades because they can't go over them. They'll hit the barricades, but that wasn't the big concern. Well, needless to say, the fences didn't work here. All kind of a moot point. Well, I'm glad she survived. Wait, where'd my fish go? Did they just rot? Did all of my fish just rot? Could you increase the chance of of cargo pods dropping? What do you mean? All right, there we go. We've got a hut. The huttiest of huts. There's no such thing as jinx. It doesn't exist. All right, you need to go fish, bud. This monitor lizard's gonna get hungry and eat you. I watched this one YouTuber who watches sumo tournaments and then does commentary on top of the sumo tournament. There's a tournament every 2 months, so they'll do live streams for the 15 days that there's a tournament. And that person is so superstitious. It's the weirdest thing too, because he'll go so far out of his way not to mention something that he thinks is going to jinx it. And then he's convinced that if when he does accidentally say it, he's jinxed it. But he's watching a video from the day before. Like, the event has already happened. The results are already in. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, how are you going to jinx something that has already happened? Even if jinx did exist, I don't think it works like that. I don't think you can just increase the chance of cargo pods dropping. I don't think. Oh my god, the monitor lizard is hunting Ramos. Well, she's dead. Out for a swim, murdered by the monitor lizard. God damn it. All that synth thread gone to waste. Man, I'm starting to realize that Desert Island Challenge has a lot more threats than sea ice. You don't really have to worry about things murdering you on sea ice in the beginning. You have to worry about raiders, but I guess polar bears are the worst. God damn it. 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 Guys, today's runs are really not going well. I try not to get discouraged, but I'm feeling a little discouraged right now. I feel like everything that can go wrong is going wrong today. We've gone through the entire range of absolutely terrible RNG. And the worst part is, there's been good RNG sprinkled in, like the Masterwork Heavy SMG that she fished up and then got murdered by heat wave. The synth thread that dropped and then she got hunted by a man-hunting lizard. I'm feeling discouraged. I need to go for a walk or something.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Aces has gifted a sub to Chaucer. You know what, Aces? You just rebuilt my... What's the right word for that? My encouragement? That's not the right way to phrase that. I no longer feel discouraged. Thanks, Aces, for the gifted sub. It's not confidence, because I feel very confident beating this run. I feel overly confident. But yeah, I guess you rebuilt my morale. Yeah, because when you become encouraged or become discouraged, yeah, I guess you're measuring your morale. I guess that's the right way to put it. You wouldn't say though that you're increasing your encouragement, would you? Like, that's not a word. No, my faith in humanity is unshakable. I'm an optimist through and through when it comes to humanity. On a long enough timeline. Humanity over the next 5 years? Humanity over the next 500 years? Oh. If you type in all caps, it's not because you're yelling. No, I'm going to choose to believe it is. Yeah, I don't think there's any way in the game in vanilla to increase or decrease your chance of cargo pods. I don't think that's a thing. Is it? I mean, I guess it is. Can you change these? No, you can't change these. If you could actually edit these, then there would be, but I wouldn't. Just for the record, I wouldn't. You'd think that encouraging or discouraging would affect your courage, but that's not the case. When you're encouraged, you don't become more courageous. English is weird, man. English is weird. And the sandstorm in 3x speed is insane. Courage is being afraid of something, but still persisting anyway. That doesn't have anything to do with being discouraged or encouraged. Oh, rare catch, dead vulture. That's that vulture from last time. Time is a flat circle. If you could have one thing in RimWorld to bring on a deserted island, what would it be? A fishing pole. A sailboat? What do you expect me to just leave the island? Abandon this place? Do you have any idea how expensive land is on a RimWorld? This island set me back 1.3 million credits. Imagine how expensive an island is with soil. And fresh water. Oh, you can't even imagine. Hey, Kaising, how are you today? That's where you're wrong. It's actually zoned commercial, and we're opening up a fish market. Get your fresh fish. Fresh fish. These guys are my bodyguard. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. Make sure you follow on Twitch and make sure you subscribe on YouTube. It's free to do so. I tell you to hit the button that alerts you, but like, who does that? Who actually clicks the bell? I don't do that. You do whatever you please. Is everyone just swimming through oceans in RimWorld, or are they on private little boats? This is shallow water. This is like knee-deep water or waist-deep water. So they just kind of waded out here. Whoa, what is this helmet? Why does that look weird? Miranda, did you send $30 on Cash App? Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Do you guys think they're going to ban me from Venmo now that they're opening up Venmo to PayPal payments? I don't know why I find that so funny. Ah, finally, I have access to PayPal again. Banned. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to avoid. If I knew what to avoid, I'd avoid it. Yes, I'm well aware that ideology style affects how helmets and war masks look. I'm well aware. I don't know what style this is. Rustic. Wait, that doesn't affect helmets. Oh, it does. Overridden by Hindu. It's Hindu. Hindu helmets. Okay, that's cool. Thank you, Miranda. I really, really appreciate that. There might still be a minor question of whether or not YouTube tips are tax-free, but there's no question about Cash App. That is definitely tax-free. So thank you. I don't have to pay taxes on that. How nice. Which I honestly would give up that in an instant to not have a fascist authoritarian dictator, but out of my control. I will definitely end up in prison before this is all said and done, but until then, it's going to be a hell of a ride. I don't think you can say that. I know, I got added to the list just now, and I will end up in prison. At least you'll have good company with Colbert and Kimmel. You live in the U.S.? I do. I live in the United States. But we try to avoid politics here all as best as we can. We used to talk about it very openly, but it's just become so depressing. It's gotten to the point where it's just even off-putting to me. I know a lot of people go on Twitch and YouTube to get a little break from the insanity of the world. And for a long time I thought, well, it's still important to talk about these things, but you know what, man? It's just a point now where it's like, I also need a break from the insanity of the world. Do you get confused on occasion talking to different chats, or are they merged together for you? No, I don't get confused. I know people who are listening probably do get confused from time to time, but... No, for me it's easy. I just have two chats. I have them right next to each other. Speaking of, though, I've really been thinking about getting a third monitor. I have two monitors right now, and they're starting to get a little crowded. Because I've got my two dashboards, my email account, two chats, OBS, Discord. It's starting to get a little crowded. How long is this particular one? This run's only been around for 2 days. Like, this is a very short run. If you mean how long am I planning on playing this? Oh, probably a while. I use my main monitor is I think like a 28-inch that I use for the game, and then I have a 28-inch that is vertical for chat and stuff. Problem is, I don't have a ton of desk space, so I had to buy another monitor art mount. And those are not, I guess the monitor's the pricey part, but... Your voice is calm. Thanks, buddy. The problem with wanting to get a new monitor and a monitor arm is that my list of the equipment I need to buy is already so long. I need a new desk. I want to get a standing desk. I need a new microphone mount. Need a new chair. It's getting too long. The list of things I need. I need a new running belt. It's like $150. Can you believe that shit? $150. They make cheaper ones, but the one I want is $150. Hey, Soul Angel, I did have to restart. Yeah, some bad stuff happened. In fact, I've already had to restart 3 times today. We've had a bad string of luck. Take up carpentry and make your own? Oh man, I would love that. But you know what the problem is? The tools and the resources cost more than just buying a desk. Your family only run inspired me to start my own. Awesome. How's that going for you so far? Right now, just waiting till cactus grows for wood. Yeah, pretty much. We're just surviving off fish. We're trying to avoid manhunters, raiders, and heat stroke. That's the big thing. Yeah, cargo. Fingers crossed for a steel cargo drop. Tell me about it. Even just a good trader coming in early on is really helpful. We're finally supposed to have a week of cool weather again. We were having a couple weeks of cool weather, and then the temperature jumped back up again, and now we're... Gold drop plus bulk trader? I need a gold drop IRL. Speaking of, I need to open the windows. Not gold drops. Not speaking of gold drops. Speaking of good weather, I mean. Yeah, insects are enabled, yeah. Isn't Alabama way more humid than California, though? My brain got so used to the heat of summer that I would see the temperature at 85 and I would think, man, I don't really want to go out and go for a run in 85-degree heat. But that was because I got so used to like 80% humidity. I went out last night and it was 82 or something, but only like 30 or 40% humidity, and God, it's so nice out. The difference in humidity is staggering. I do recognize, though, California is a big place and has pretty drastically different weather based on where you are, right? My buddy moved from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan out to Southern California, and he talks about the weather all the time. Hey, Axel, how are you today? Well, if I completely disregard RimWorld and how RimWorld's been treating me, I'm doing awesome. Having a good day. If I count RimWorld, it's not good. Things are not good. I don't ever commit war crimes in RimWorld. Yeah, where you get you live in the Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi area where it's so humid right now it feels like you're breathing water. Where just existing outside you start to sweat. Sometimes I worry about people who play this game in that way. Honestly, if you ask me, it's not even the most efficient way to play the game. I don't get the appeal. Like when I read a book, I don't want to read a book about a bunch of cannibals. Like that's not appealing to me. I'm going to tell you a story about a group of human beings who eat each other. No. No, I don't think so. I will say there's tension using cannibalism in certain ways in a story. Like the story of the people who crash in a plane on the top of a mountain and they can't escape. And they're forced to resort to cannibalism. That's a story. That's an interesting story. The story of a anthropologist who visits a previously uncontacted tribe in the Amazon and disappears. That's an interesting story. But a group of dudes who just live in a village and eat people, like, no, I'm good. That's just not interesting to me. It's like when I play CS, people ask me why do I not just use cannibalism? Well, I find it much more interesting when you have to resort to it as a absolute last-ditch effort, as the most drastic measure possible. That's interesting. That's an interesting story. Where was that plane crash at? Wasn't there one in like the Andes Mountains where that happened? What's the end goal of this run? To build a ship and launch it into space. Which might seem a little ambitious, but that's the goal. It's been a few years since you last played this. Might be time to try it again. How do you get off the island? Build a rocket and launch it into space. That's the only way to get off the island. And then, of course, when you do get off the island, you'll regret leaving and you'll try to get back on the island through whatever means possible. I would assume, from what I know about islands. We have to go back to the island, Kate. Hey, Lost is pretty good if you don't watch the last episode. If you watch the entire series and then just don't watch the last episode, it's a pretty good show. This fucking vulture? Yeah, the mystery part of Lost was awesome. It's one of the last shows I watched weekly. Like, that doesn't really happen anymore where you watch one episode a week. Yeah, Heatstroke did me in. Sad way to go, but... Oh, hey, we got a normal bow this time. Nice. The sound of a vulture getting shot is both adorable and very sad. It shouldn't sound so cute while being damaged. I need to make sure that we're using the ritual to our advantage. Mood is a little low. Let's go ahead and ritual. 51-17. Decent chance for success. I think that's TMI. Too much information. I didn't know they acted like dogs, though. That's kind of cool. We got 10 wood. The fences didn't work against guinea pigs, so... Not gonna bother with that. Rip. Gotta love the botches. My character only has one construction. I think that's probably the worst part about the character. When I roll a new character, definitely need somebody with a little better construction. My thought process was when I was picking this character is that I was trying to get somebody who could survive the first couple raids. And I thought 6 melee would be enough, but turns out she dies to most raids when she has to melee. Yeah, we do have heat stroke happening. She's bored of solitary recreation, which is not good. Because I really need her to swim. Please go swim. Yes, I'm sure it would. Exotic goods trader. They're not going to buy any of my stuff, unfortunately. Just an iguana swimming out there. Oh, cool, a disease. Fibrous mechanites. Awesome. Oh, I messed this up. Oh. Probably not worth deconstructing, though. But I'm going to do it anyway. Nobody look. Nobody look. Nobody look. And we have another botch. So tending fibrous mechanites doesn't actually get rid of it quicker. We'll tend it just to try to keep the pain down, but... I'm not sure what an EF5 is. This is just what's the like was that like 200-mile-an-hour winds or something? It doesn't get rid of it faster. No, I understand that. I understand it represents the maximum severity, but I'm saying I don't have a context. I don't have context to how strong an EF5 tornado is. Yeah, 210 miles per hour. I think I did see something about that, actually. No. So, the mechanites, sensory mechanites and fibrous mechanites are time-based. You cannot get rid of fibrous mechanites or sensory mechanites quicker by tending it. The only thing tending it does is reduce the pain increase. There's different tiers of pain that you can get. The pain goes up when you don't get good tens, and it goes down when you get good tens. Mild pain is the lowest, and I think intense pain is the highest. Yep, they can walk over the water. Muscle parasites, gutworms, any of the like organic ones require 300% tend total to get rid of. So those ones you do have to tend. Yeah, but I want a character for this run that we can identify with. I mean, maybe not all of us can identify with a 17-year-old girl, but closer than an imp or a Neanderthal. I feel like it's a little easier to become invested in a human, normal human, than an impid. You identify with a pigskin? Well, at least you admit it. How are we going to get a Hasara Go Juice, though? Oh, hey, Ramos actually swam. Nice. That helps. Please take Ramos with you. All right, see ya. They just leave. You don't even help. You just leave. Sorry, not you, Soul Angel. Talking about the trader. Did you say you have a goal for this challenge in mind? Yeah, it's the same goal I have for every one of my challenges. To beat the game. Honestly, for as long as I've been doing challenge runs in RimWorld, and it is a very, very long time now. Like 8 years I've been doing challenge runs in RimWorld. And for that entire time, my goal is always, the challenge run victory condition is launch a rocket, get a royalty ending. You know, any of the endings. Any of the endings count for a challenge run. But I'm starting to realize now, as I pay more attention to YouTube videos, some people are just like, I've been survived for 200 days. And I'm starting to realize, wait, I can just do that? Wait, I can set the victory condition to be way easier? I don't know, does that feel cheap? 200 days is a low goal? I agree. I totally agree. Like, that seems cheap, doesn't it? We're not going to be building wooden bridges except for in the very early game. We're going to be building heavy bridges, which is part of the Odyssey DLC. And heavy bridges, you can have everything. Try surviving 200 days in Kenshi? Surviving in Kenshi is not that hard. I know, yeah, the X Days runs are actually just ways to churn out episodic content. I recognize that. I'm just saying, though, I've realized I'm making it harder on myself than I really have to. But people do seem to like the videos I'm making, and this, yeah, so... You have 2 cougars and an ostrich in your run? Hope they don't eat each other. There's a lot of botching going on. Maximum difficulty Battletech. Like the turn-based strategy game, Battletech? I feel like the hardest part about Battletech is enjoying Battletech. Kenshi, sometimes you can just get unlucky, especially in solo runs. Yeah, but it's like, it's hard to die in Kenshi, that's the thing. It's not hard to get knocked down. It's not hard to get arrested or become a slave. It's not hard to lose limbs, but to like fully die? You have to do something kind of dumb. Like, there are animals that will kill you, but Most of the humanoid enemies don't actually want to kill you. They'd rather enslave you. But yeah, if you go up against the insects or the... What are those long neck creatures called? It's been a while since I played Kenshi. The beak things. Yeah, the beak things will definitely kill you. Or I suppose the cannibals will kill you. They'll eat you. That sucks when that happens. Hey, we got a 41% tend on that. That's pretty solid. Kite a beak thing into a cannibal camp. The cannibal camps are pretty... Same with the beak things, though. The cannibal camps are pretty far away from where you spawn in that game. Like, all the different spawn points are pretty far away from the most dangerous things. I feel like the biggest risk in the early game of Kenshi is getting enslaved. Somebody knocking you out and then selling you into slavery. Weirdly enough, the slavery start where you start as a slave is one of the easiest starts. You can get tons of skills before you ever have to really face any real threat. It's been a while since I played that game, though. Are they still working on Kenshi 2, or is that just kind of a pipe dream at this point? Seriously, you goddamn iguana? And we missed the first shot. Awesome. Please give him the knee spike. All right. Oof. Oof. I thought that was abandoned, no? No, it's not abandoned. They did a Q&A a few months ago? Yeah, I was going to say, I just think it's slowly being developed. I don't think it's abandoned. Yeah, they did a Q&A in May. It's being released along with the new Half-Life game. Okay, well. Haha. I wouldn't really call those two things similar, but... We need a door. Yeah, death by Mad Cougar. Yeah. Not my not the ideal way to go. Not my first choice of ways to die. We don't really have to deal with cougars in Michigan. But I hear stories about trail runners and hikers who go out and get stalked by a cougar. That would be very frightening. They don't usually attack, but... I feel like cougar jokes are low-hanging fruit. You're better than that. You know what we've recently been seeing in Michigan? Alligators. I have no idea what has caused it, but people are seeing alligators all over Michigan. Honestly, that might be it. Maybe they're moving further north, yeah. They read the alligator writing on the wall. Looking for cooler waters. I don't know. Okay, no botch is good. Now we need a passive cooler. It is very hot out. Very, very, very hot. Hot, 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 hot. But yeah, we occasionally get like a black bear down this far south where I live. I live in southwest Michigan. And there's bears in the upper peninsula, but we don't usually get bears this far south. And occasionally, like last year, they spotted a bear a little east of me. So occasionally we get bears, but I think I've heard of a cougar in this area one time in my life. Do you have to deal with moose where you live, David? I've heard moose are much, much, much more dangerous than cougars and bears. Maybe not the grizzly bears, but more dangerous than the bears you usually see. Although I guess it's easier to protect yourself against a moose than a bear or a cougar. A couple grizzlies have moved to the area recently. Really? Damn. That's unfortunate. Aren't bobcats much smaller? Than cougars, that is. How's our heat stroke? That is not good. She's not going to be bored of swimming, so let's install this and see if she'll, There we go. Get her to swim. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a house cat can mess you up. Won't kill you, but... Really? People keep them as pets? I can't remember the type of cat, but my buddy where I grew up used to have or maybe still does have, I don't know, a cat that was about the size of a bobcat, but it wasn't a bobcat. It was massive, though. It was like the size of a dog. Can't remember the name of the breed. It wasn't a bobcat, but it was a big cat. No, it wasn't a Maine Coon. No, it looked more like... It looked more like a small cougar, really. But it wasn't a cougar. No, it wasn't fluffy. It had short hair. Yeah, a serval? That might be it. Or a savannah cat. Yeah, it might have been a savannah cat. Because savannah cats are really big too, right? I think it might have been a serval. That sounds right. They kept it outside in a big enclosure. Oh, actually, you know what? It might have been a caracal because that looks very similar to what that cat looked like. But those are wild cats, right? I guess people could have them as pets, but it did look a lot like that picture of a caracal, though. I think a serval would be more likely, though. Because those get up to 26 pounds. I don't know. It could have been a caracal because that looks a lot like what the cat looked like. It was a huge cat, though. Like I said, as big as a dog. And they never interacted with it. Like, it just stayed in an enclosure. They didn't go in there except to defeat it. Did you know that you can hug any kind of cat? That's true. Did you know you can hug any kind of bear? Ask first, though. They're usually pretty friendly. At least once? Wait, what are you guys talking about? If you asked, I'm sure they'd hug you more than once. It? I'm pretty sure bears don't appreciate being called it. They're human beings, after all. Just like you and me. Just gonna let that sit. Is the joke sinking in now? You get it. You get it now. Yeah, they have their own bars and everything. Darkness gets it. I'm glad somebody appreciates my humor. I work really, really hard on these jokes. That's alright. I know you type in all caps when you get really excited. And we're not here to judge you for that. Oh shoot, we got enough leather for... Well, actually we don't need that anymore. I guess I could save it for a bedroll, perhaps. Hey, you're here watching the stream. What does that say about you, buddy? I can't not make patch leather. How am I going to make a tailor bench? Alright, don't botch, don't botch. Okay, alright, we did it. Nice and cool in here. See, now we got up to intense pain. Rip. I can make tribal wear, I just don't have enough leather yet. No, literally the only thing you can make, veil, tribal wear, kid tribal wear, that's it. And you can't make a veil out of leather. That's true. Could make a wooden mask. Wait, no you can't. Never mind. Thought you could, but no. Cannot make a wooden mask. I guess tribal can make wooden masks. Maybe? Maybe that's the difference. Oh shit. Excuse my language. We got carpet making. Well, we got the schematics for making carpet. Yeah, I was confused by that for a second too. Guys, I'm researching. I'm doing it. I'm researching. Problem is I don't really want her to get recreation from things other than swimming if I can help it. I guess now is not a big deal because we have the passive cooler, but... How's our ritual timer? 12 days. Yeah, I mean, realistically, the only way I can get carpet is growing cotton and hydroponics, so it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. Is that what you have on the floor of your living room? No carpet, just sand? God, imagine going over to somebody's house. They bring you into the living room. And it's just sand. And they also have a cat. Well, I wasn't really thinking that, but... Interesting, that's where your mind went. I guess we were just talking about cats, so... You got cats on the mind. Well, I think I'm going to save my wood and start trying to cook food. The shelf would be nice too. You can't build landmines per se. You can build IEDs, which are kind of landmines. I've always been a firm believer that the core of your defense should be your pawns, though. 90% of your defense should be your pawns. I never really got the appeal of like trap tunnels, and turrets are okay in very small amounts, but I suppose it's the difficulty you play on that really changes that too. I don't find turrets to be particularly useful. They get destroyed too easy. Like a plasteel mini turret can be nice, but autocannons and uranium turrets are just meh. How to mitigate losses? Don't become emotionally invested in your pawns. That's the best answer. That's the fun part. You don't. Don't get me wrong, armor is useful. You wanted to get them the best flak vests you could possibly get. Throw some dusters on top of that. Get them the best helmet you can get. But beyond that, they're still going to take they're still going to take damage. They're still going to get killed from lucky shots. Yeah, if you're using ideology, give yourself at least one ritual that has a chance to recruit pawns. Open up Ancient Dangers. You can get Ancient Soldiers from that, and they have a pretty low resistance for recruiting. I think Campfire is going to go here. We did it! Cooked food! I don't have a spot to store my cooked food, I realize now. Wood can go here. Oh, there's a boomalope that has come to hang out. What the hell? Oh, God. That's not good. Yeah, the problem is I need to put my food inside the hut, but there's no room for it. Yeah, I really hope the boomalopes don't hunt me. Well, don't hunt Ramos, I mean. Sleep outside? Yeah. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, just like sleep right here. Then we just have her go inside whenever she gets a little too hot. It's a good idea. She's gonna get extra mood penalties though, like she'll get slept in the heat, which is not great. But we're gonna have to just go with it for now. The leather from the boomalopes would be quite nice. Man, she still has so far to go to get to level 2 construction. Yeah, I probably shouldn't attack them. Oh my god, there's so many boomalopes. Go away, boomalopes. I definitely want their leather, but scared. I'm gonna burn my hut down. Yeah, eventually the tree's gonna have to go anyway, so. We need to start working on getting our second pawn. Well, they're always going to come back to eat, though, so it doesn't matter if they scatter or not. Cut the grass. And then the second grass pops up, they come eat. It's not going to help me. Nope, I just have to live with them. Hopefully the fibrous mechanites go away soon. What I'm going to do is try to attack them when the trader comes through. Can you tame them? We could. It would be risky. Actually, I don't have anything to tame them with. They don't eat fish. And you can't use meals to train, which is very silly. I don't know why you can't do that. Boomlopes don't like fish, turns out. Who would have thought? Oh, I forgot to expand the home zone. Gotta keep the island clean. She doesn't like an ugly island. Yeah, I think they eventually will eat all the grass. They'll wander off the map eventually. I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, when a visitor or trader comes by, I'll just attack one of them. Get him to aggro. Boomworms are not known for hunting your colonists, so we should be alright. God, I didn't realize how high my heat stroke had gotten. That's not good. I have had Thrumbos appear on these runs several times, actually. They've eaten my palm tree. Yep. I might put a lizard skin animal flap up. Just because that leather's going to get decayed soon anyway. Not to get decayed, but get destroyed from decay, from deterioration. Yeah, there's already not that much grass left. They're going to pick the island clean and then swim off. In search of greener pastures. Ramos going for a bit of a swim. And how long have we had these fibrous mechanites for? 17 days? No. 12 days. Okay, it's going to be a little longer. All the boomalopes are taking a nap. Six days on the party. At least we're making a little bit of progress this run. A little bit. No, anomaly is turned off. Yeah, it is a little weird that you can't grow cactus, but I guess they just... I don't know. I guess the way the fertility system works, even if you did put like potatoes in the sand, it would still grow slowly. So I guess they just took the easy way out instead of making an alternative way to stop people from doing that. They just made it so you can't grow on sand. But it is weird. Hey, paid force weather. Tell me more. Rainy thunderstorm. Crafting XP, fertility procedures, perfect immunity and fire spew. I guess we're going to go with the honor and the silver. 12 days of rain. Okay, so we can deconstruct 2 of these walls. Get the wood back. This might backfire spectacularly. Oh, and there goes my meals. My meals! It's my meals, you goddamn boomalopes. Okay, backfired, but not spectacularly. Just a normal amount of backfire. I like how the cactus came right back up. Cooking level 5 is pretty good. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get enough lizard skin by the time... Enough lizard skin to make a bedroll by the time the rest of this decays, so... Let's make a animal spot, or animal spot, animal flaps. Yeah, I've gotten lucky with food poisoning. A manhunter pack. Is it guinea pigs? It's guinea pigs. It's always guinea pigs, man. I don't know what that's about. Well, on the bright side, at least she has some meals inside. Maybe they'll fight with the boomloops. Hey, there's Ressie. How are you doing? She's reading schematics in the dark. Man, a waste dump... I don't really want to deal with the pollution, but... the gold would be quite handy for trading. Could just build with the plasteel and uranium, though. Oh, hey! Some traders have come through. Maybe I can trade them my schematic. 113. That is tempting. But I think I'm going to save it for a bulk goods trader if I can. I don't actually know if bulk goods traders will buy those. They won't, will they? I'm better off selling this and then maybe even taking the medicine and then... yeah, I don't need carpet making, definitely. I think I'll take the silver and then trade that for wood or steel or whatever we can. Oh no! Hey, you must have unfollowed the channel. It happens. I've been streaming every day like usual. At least this boomloop will bleed out. I think the other one will too. 22 hours, yeah. Oh, perfect. Well, that worked out really nicely. Can we get it to happen again? Whoops. Well, thanks for refollowing. $32 leather. Let's try to get this other one and then we can get a bedroll. Boom! Okay, bedroll. Oh, that almost gives me enough for another door. Not quite. Might have been better to build a, or craft some tribal wear, but oh well. Honestly, I think they're far enough out now that it's worth risking the hunt. That been 7 hours? It only gives me 4 hours. I'm not going to be able to cook very many meals in 4 hours. It takes them 2 hours to cook a meal? What the hell are they doing? Yeah, I mean, the challenge is pretty much what you see is what you get. I don't think there's a whole lot more to explain to it. You can't rush good food. You can't rush meat cooked over a campfire. I might be wrong. I don't think it takes 2 hours to cook a steak on a campfire. That's true. I've never cooked a boomalope steak before. Could be. I don't know. Maybe they use those low heat campfires, yeah. Well, you got me there. Starting to make sense. Relaxing socially at the burned out campfire. Please finish the roof. There you go. There you go. Hey, we got construction level 2 finally. That's good. At construction 3, we can make a trap. If she doesn't swim, we're going to have to put some wood in the passive cooler. Cool her down. Oh, hey, there's still this one. That's not enough for tribal wear, though. We're so close. I only need to kill one more. I do feel like that will be worth it. Death in 11 hours. Let's see if it's still on the map in 11 hours. Yeah, we can fish. We've been fishing a lot. Try to get rid of that heat stroke. That's the best kind of social relaxation. You do a lot of talking to yourself. Hey, no judgment. Not here to judge. God, there's so much lightning striking. Presumably, if you're in the ocean in waist deep water and lightning strikes nearby, you're probably okay, right? What's the smallest body of water you can be that gets struck by lightning and still be okay? Need someone to do the math. I mean, it's not as if the fish all die in the ocean every time lightning strikes. Alright, troubleware. I certainly wouldn't want to be in a pond that gets struck by lightning. Maybe a small lake. Oh, the fibrous mechanites. What a pain. What a pain. I like how she could just play it by standing next to her bedroll, but nah, she's gonna go out in the ocean, waist deep, and chuck horseshoes back onto land. I mean, what are your odds of being struck by lightning? Probably barely more likely than getting hit by a meteorite. Really? Your dad got struck by lightning? Wow, you don't hear about that often. I mean, occasionally you hear about someone getting struck by lightning, but it's like, usually it's not somebody you know personally. Although I don't know your dad personally, so it's kind of like me just hearing about someone getting struck by lightning, but still. From your perspective. A bit different. What are we going to do with 24 leather? One in 1.2 million for any given year, and 1 in 15 million. Is that what you're saying? In a lifetime? I've been in a house struck by lightning, but yeah, your house was struck by lightning in 2003. Yeah, when I was a kid, back in like 1996 or something, our house got struck by lightning. But you're saying 1 in 15,000 people are struck by lightning in their lifetime? I'm having a hard. I'm not saying that's false, but I'm having a hard time believing that. In the U.S. Okay. Well, it should still... The chance of getting struck by lightning is the same in the U.S. as it is anywhere else. So if those numbers are true, then 5.3 million people will be struck by lightning in their lifetime? 5.3 million people on Earth today will be struck by lightning? I don't know how I feel about that. Numbers provided by the CDC. Again, I'm not saying it's false. I'm not questioning whether or not it's true. It just sounds unbelievable. Actually, 1 in 15,000 sounds more unbelievable than 5.3 million people in the world getting struck by lightning. Everybody knows that lightning strikes are caused by wind turbines. Hey, speaking of a solar panel farm, I was going out to the state park the other day on Sunday, and there's people who have signs in their yard that say "Vote No Solar Farm," and I'm thinking to myself, why? What possible argument could people have against a solar farm being put in? These are people who live immediately next door to a massive industrial cattle farm. And I'm thinking, wait, you'd rather live next to a cattle farm than a solar farm? What? What's the logic in that? What are you afraid is going to happen if they put up solar panels near your house? I recognize that there's no logic to it, and they almost certainly believe that because Fox News told them to, but still. It seems so irrational to me. I can at least entertain the argument against wind turbines, maybe for a minute, but solar? Like, what? Why would you be against solar? And that's not true, Chaucer. Even in the winter, we still get like 2 hours of steady sunlight per day. Does it make it as efficient as solar panels in Arizona? No, but it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be used. They talk about chemicals leaching into the soil, which seems like an argument against the factories that produce them, not the farms themselves. Although, again, I don't think these people are actually using rational arguments against it. Cattle farms are awesome. You don't live next to a cattle farm, do you? Or maybe you're being facetious, which is definitely a possibility. Well, the smell is bad, but that's not the worst part. The worst part is the amount of space they take up for what they actually return to a community. I mean, take for a second, consider just how much land you cannot use because cattle are grazing on it. Think about all the things you could do if that was left to return to forest. Don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-cattle farm. I'm just saying. To me, the argument against a cattle farm is much more rational than the argument against a solar panel farm. Yeah, how many more holes of call? Yeah. It's a rainy thunderstorm that arrived for a quest. There are crops that don't require direct sunlight, though, so putting solar panels over a field does not necessarily exclude growing something there. I think the idea that a solar panel farm wouldn't be cost-effective in Michigan is not a very reasonable argument because we're not talking about a public solar farm. It's not being funded by the state government. It's a private company that wants to build a solar farm, and clearly they've done the numbers, they've run the numbers, and the business model makes sense for them to want to install solar panels. Nah, this is out in a rural area right next to, adjacent to a state park. The only thing that's out there are lakes, cattle farms, and forests. It's about 30-minute drive from the city. It's pretty far out in the middle of nowhere. State or federal lands? No, neither. It's privately owned land. I just said it's adjacent to a state park. Although, I'll be entirely honest, I don't know all of the details. I saw the signs for it on Sunday, and I thought, what? Hello, iguana. I do need more leather. I gotta finish up this bridge. We're having a little easier time surviving heat stroke now. Oh god, there's an ostrich. I gotta be careful. We better stay close. Let's make a new zone for that, actually. That should work. Leave it like that for now.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Hey, hey, 07.
Hey, 07 to you too, buddy. Thanks for the prime. How are you doing? Sorry, I was all tapped. Anyway. We got a couple more cactus we can cut down. And this ostrich is going to have to go. I'm scared. The rainy thunderstorm is going to make this a lot harder. Well, it has to be done. This ostrich is too dangerous. Okay. Oh, it's coming back! It's coming right for us! could build one more bridge, but we kind of need fuel. I have 6 meals that are going to last 2 more days. And that fibrous mechanite still hasn't gone away. I think it'll be worth it. We don't have to worry about heat stroke. Okay. Getting close to expanding this. I need just a little bit more plain leather, but I don't think we're going to get that. This plain leather is going to decay. There's nothing I can build with it. Neil pillow requires 25. Rip. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run some ads. Make sure you follow the channel on Twitch. Make sure you make sure you subscribe on YouTube if you haven't done so already. Just going to run some ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. You got ads for Creation Museum? Really? That's one of those moments where I really wish I could control what kind of ads play on the channel. Not on Twitch, no. On YouTube you can. That should get us enough for the last bridge at least. As long as you don't botch. I get a little bit of wood back from deconstructing these 3 walls at least. But I need 25 wood total. Realistically, we'll get like 7 from these 3. It's not very much. You know, Vector, I'm not entirely sure. I was concerned about whether or not the insects would spawn on the nearest land or on the water itself. So yeah, I'm not sure. Rip my meat. Oh, no! No! Wow. She's clawing, she's crawling to the water. Alt F4? No, I don't Alt F4. Nope, I accept the game for better or for worse. Wow. Alright, well. That's the end of this run. Who would have thought the rainy thunderstorm would end up killing me? I did not expect that. Didn't have that on my bingo card. The fibrous mechanites is really the problem here. If we didn't have the fibrous mechanite, she'd be getting up, but... Rip. Maybe she'll still get up. We'll give it a minute. At least she managed to put the fire out. That part was good. Man, Rimworld runs today have been so demoralizing. Just absolute soffer fest. Why does Rimworld hate me? What did I ever do to Rimworld? %99 sure she's dead, but I thought I'd wait it out. Just to see. I don't know, this almost feels like a more ironic death since we were just talking about what are the odds of getting struck by lightning. What, like 20 minutes ago? I'm gonna be honest. Normally I would just shut the stream off at this point, just be done for the day, but I don't know, I probably should try again. I guess. We're not in the United States though, so. Just kidding. Death montage when? I don't know how I feel about that. If you want to go clip every single death, I'll put it together. But I'm not gonna go back and find every death. I mean, it's technically possible for her to lose her mechanites here. She collapsed from exhaustion, but she's probably gonna get an infection since I haven't tended these wounds. Oh, there go the meals. That's not good. She's at 100% pain, so yeah, the mechanite's really the thing that sealed the deal. If the mechanites went away, she could get up and go eat the fish, tend her wounds with that glitter world medicine. No, she won't crawl anymore. We could have her crawl to a bedroll, or not a bedroll, but a sleeping spot. Maybe? No, she won't crawl anymore. Oh, she is crawling. Not that that really helps at this point, but... Doesn't change anything. At least she won't die in the water. There go the bluefish, so now she's gonna definitely starve to death. Well, shoot. Go AFK, come back, and have the worst thing happen. Bigger island? What makes you think I'm gonna use a bigger island? Where'd that donkey come from? It just appeared on my screen. I wasn't paying attention. Smaller island? If you say so. Alright, smaller island it is. Oh my god, and then she gets sensory mechanites? Alright. That's enough suffering in that run. I'm telling you guys, I think today the game hates me. I just think it doesn't want me to play anymore. Sometimes the game doesn't want you to play anymore. Okay, this run's less cursed. So far. So far, this run's less cursed. Oh, so discouraging, man. That was not good. These runs today have been not good. I know I'm supposed to keep the optimism up, but oof. Oof. Need a colonist bed. The entertainment value has been there? I don't know how I feel about that comment. Well, normally neither are fibrous mechanites, but when you get struck by lightning and you have fibrous mechanites at the same time, then, well... Yeah, Dima, I haven't fixed it yet, but... Yeah, I've noticed that too, right here. This needs to be fixed. Next time I load up the save file, I'll fix it and upload the fixed one. It's something I've been meaning to get around to fixing. I'm probably gonna reroll a new character tomorrow, though. That's what I'm leaning towards. I don't know. I kind of like Ramos, though, so maybe we'll do one more day with her. See how it goes. Leave it so the mechs can land there. I don't think it's enough space for the mechs to land. Maybe the drop pod raids would. Yeah, it's such a shame the knee spike ends up not actually being that useful. I really would have thought with 6 melee and a knee spike, she would have done a lot. She would do a lot better against the early raids, but an elbow spike, like she could drop from the top rope. Give him a flying elbow with the elbow spike. Okay, maybe not like that. I don't know what the stat difference is between an elbow spike and a knee spike. So an elbow blade would be a cut, whereas a knee spike is a stab. So those are a little different attacks. Yeah, the elbow blade has more armor penetration though. 38% armor pen is pretty good. I do feel like for the early raids, the slice would be better. The cut would actually be better because you can hit multiple body parts with a cut. The stab has a chance of hitting internal organs, but unless we hit the same internal organ twice, it's not going to really help us. Yeah, the cut would be a bit better. Well, the chance of getting another character that has good stats and has a compact weapon, like a body implant weapon, is incredibly low. It was hard to even get this character. It took me a while to roll this character. And she's got her drawbacks, like the one construction. That part's pretty bad. What is Kaizo Iron Man? What is that? Yep, I just started a brand new run. For reasons. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, better medical skill would be nice. 4 is okay if you're playing Rich Explorer and you have Glitter World medicine, but with no medicine, yeah. Well, I can't just very easily change the character. That's the problem. And I'm not going to change the size of the island. A lot of people have requested that, but it's not something I'm going to do. No, fishing is easy. You don't need high skill for fishing. Honestly, I think the run is fine as is with this character. There's a couple things I can do better. I'm going to work on improving those things. Jacob, man, thank you so much for the $5. Cheers, buddy. Thank you, man. I can give you a thumbs up. A thumbs up for the $5. Thanks, man. I guess it kind of counts it as a comment, doesn't it? Yeah, but you guys have to be patient. Like, for those of you guys who've been watching the channel for a while, do you remember how many runs it took me to beat Sea Ice for the first time? And people didn't say, oh, make it easier. They just said, keep trying. So I'm going to keep trying. Just give me the leeway to continue to try. If you get bored of watching, well, you come back later when you want to watch again. When I get bored of trying, I'll play something else. But it took me a long time to beat Sea Ice. It took a lot of attempts. Exactly, Jacob. 100%. Sometimes these challenges take a while. And yep, you learn more every time. Yep. Yeah, it's like every failure is a little bit of progress. Like our most recent, I don't want to call it an innovation because that's probably being a little self-aggrandizing, but our latest improvement would be immediately hunting ostriches when we can. Like really getting on top of hunting ostriches, hunting any of those animals, the monitor lizards. Those ones that could ruin the run in the middle of a mental break. They're not as dangerous when the mood is up, but when mood is down, or more frequently using the ritual when mood starts to get down. Oops, I should have let her feed first. These sort of improvements add up over time. Admittedly, there are a lot of threats in the early game. Like the early raids can be tough, the early heat waves can be tough, the early manhunting packs can be tough. And trying to deal with all of those at the same time is tough. Since you can't exactly answer all three at the same time when you don't have any resources, but... there are a lot of things that I feel like we're actually getting answers for now. What's the answer for getting sensory mechanites and then struck by lightning? Well... you win some, you lose some. Yeah, the answer is get fibrous mechanites first, then get struck by lightning, then get sensory mechanites. That's how you win. That's how you win. Yeah, was sleeping outside the best idea in retrospect? Maybe we don't want to sleep outside, guys. I did select the Rainy Thunderstorm as a quest to take, though, so... the Rainy Thunderstorm was probably not the best idea. Maybe we avoid rainy thunderstorms for a bit. Ronder joins Roth, paramedic. Volatile. She's got good medical, but I really don't want to deal with a volatile pawn. A volatile pawn. I can't speak. The t-shirt is decent. Man, I think I'm just going to take her gear and tell her to hike. Take a hike. More of a take a wade. No, I think the mood breaks are going to be too destructive to take somebody who has volatile. But hey, we got a knife. Problem is she's going to have some mood penalties for wearing tattered gear. Ratty apparel's -3. But she's more likely to survive heat waves, so for now I'll keep it. I feel like milling this iguana is not the best idea, but I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Don't eat my meals. No, YouTube plays ads on stream. I don't know how frequently it happens. It doesn't tell me. On Twitch, it gives me a warning when ads are going to start playing and then tells me when ads are playing. But YouTube doesn't. So I don't know when the ads are playing. How come you have your temperature in Kelvin? Well, when I started playing RimWorld, I would stream it a lot back in like 2016, 2017. I've been streaming this game for a long time. And back when I started, I played in Fahrenheit because I'm from the United States. And people would come in and complain. They'd bitch about Fahrenheit. They'd say, oh, Celsius is better. Switch to Celsius. Oh, Fahrenheit sucks. Why do you use Fahrenheit? Switch to Celsius for us who are only 10% of the viewership. And I got sick of listening to it. But I couldn't give in to those people. Don't give in to people who complain. So in order to not listen to them anymore, I switched to a different temperature. The only other option that isn't Celsius and isn't Fahrenheit. Kelvin. You get used to it, though. Not that hard to understand. I mean, sure, by population, most people in the world use Celsius, but most people that watch this channel are from the United States, so. Pettiness? I don't know. What's more petty? Complaining about the temperature on somebody else's game? Or switching to a temperature that people don't complain about? You tell me. Well, people occasionally complain about Kelvin, but not that often. They complain about Fahrenheit a lot more. Anyway, I play in Kelvin. That's the way it is. Some people don't like it. Some people like it. Can't please everybody. Luciferium. Oh my. If only they'd buy my fish. You guys wanna buy my fish? Boris, I think that's the right attitude. Just don't care. Why would you care? That's what I'm saying too. Like, I wouldn't even look. I don't. You know how many times I look at the temperature? Almost never. I look to see if there's heat stroke, but it gives you a little warning when there's heat stroke, or when there's frostbite. It gives you a little warning. Short of that, I don't ever look. All you need to know is that it's a desert tile. It's hot. That's all you need to know. Do we want to go horseshoe? I think so. I always feel a little uncertain if I want to go with the early horseshoe because it does make it so we're less likely to get bored of swimming. And swimming is very important. But it also slows down my ability to get my first shelter up to protect against manhunters. Or am I to wonder why? People ask a lot, why do I play in Kelvin? I don't mind answering that. I don't take that as them complaining. The vast majority of people don't complain. Most people don't care. Honestly, though, it's pretty easy to get used to. Like, 295 is room temperature, basically. 273 is freezing. Anything above 300 is hot. Anything below 290 is cold. Like, so it's pretty simple. You get used to it pretty quick. Mechanoid signal. If I actually accepted the mechanoid signal, I think that would help quite a bit, but I never even noticed until now. Honestly, that's how I feel with temperature most of the time. It's like I don't look at it. To me, it's a very unimportant part of the game. I just need to make sure my pawns are protected. I need to make sure their clothing is good enough, and then other than that, don't really look at it. I guess I kind of understand from a sea ice perspective because you want to get immersed in the game, and knowing just how cold it is outside is a little more immersive than having no idea. For other tiles, though, I don't know. That just doesn't feel very important to me. Like this tile, like it's a desert island. You can be pretty sure that it's hot. She's got a low psychic drone on top of things. Why? I guess it's not as bad as getting struck by lightning when you have fibrous mechanites, but What do you mean? You're gonna have to go watch the VOD if you want to see how I died. You cannot imagine how mentally exhausting it is for me to try to explain how I died every single time someone asked. It's mentally exhausting to die and then have to explain it over and over again. I died. It was dumb. It was a dumb way to die. Sorry, I'll explain it. I was being salty. I got struck by lightning.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
C2 keep 4. Thank you so much for the prime, buddy. Thank you. No, truth is most of the time I don't mind telling people. I'm just being... I was demoralized by the last one, and so it hurts. Yes, right after we were talking about people who got struck by lightning. Yes, exactly. Now you understand my pain. It wasn't a fun way to die. But I don't need to be salty about it. My bad on that one. We definitely don't need to build the door yet. That's not thought through. Well, when I'm being objective, people being curious about what happened in a run is a good thing. It's not something I should complain about. Silly to complain about people's interest. So I'm sorry. I won't complain. I will complain about dying to a lightning strike, though. That was dumb. I will say, I do feel like today has been 4 hours of painful deaths. We got the plague. We died to heat stroke. We got eaten by a monitor lizard. You're right. It is a little silly, isn't it, when the traders come through? The worst part is they leave her here. They don't even offer to help. They're just like, well, you want to trade? Oh, you don't have anything to trade? Oh. Well, we're leaving then. Can I ride on one of your muffaloes? No. You have nothing to offer. You'll stay here and you'll like it. Okay. Typical day on the rim. Yeah. I really should try to get my second pawn as soon as possible, but I denied that first one that joined. Will I end up regretting it? Maybe. Possibly. I'm not feeling very good about this low psychic drone right now, though. That's not good. Oh, she has a mental break, and then the psychic drone ends immediately. Well, you have to keep in mind, we're not technically that far from the shore. Like, we're on a coastal island. I like to think, for the sake of the story, our character can't actually see the mainland, though. Maybe for the story, we pretend that the traders do arrive in boats. There's probably a mod that would make traders show up in boats, right? Oh, poor Ramos. Really taking a beating. Oops, sorry, I was muted. What would be the best scenario for now? Getting to trade lots of fish and wood for a bow? Yeah, any bulk goods traders are perfect for me. So ideally, a bulk goods trader comes in early, and then we can trade all of our fish for... wood would be really good to get the starter shelter going, but we need steel to progress, so hard to say. That's kind of how I'm imagining it, Jacob, yeah. I think that makes a little more sense than them just wading out here in waist deep water. Enjoying that nice raw fish. The scales clean your teeth. No, that can't be right. We almost have enough wood to build the walls, but we need a door. I can handle raw fish. I'm not a fan, but I can eat it. But the idea of catching a fish from the ocean and then eating it without even cutting it up is pretty gnarly. She doesn't have a knife. Oh no, she does have a knife, actually. She just got a knife, but, you know. I like to think she goes full Gollum and just bites into it. Yeah, she gets 8 raw food, not 8 core. Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. At least she has clothes on now while she does it. The idea of her biting into fish with no clothes on is way too Gollum-like. She's dressed, so she's a little more civilized. While hissing out, Rambles! Rambles! And talking to herself psychotically. There you go. She uses the knee spike to cut up the fish. It's all making sense now. The story's starting to come together. Would we have gotten these sort of mental images if we hadn't failed 25 times in a row and kept restarting? I don't think so. Okay, finally Ramos is no longer broken. To celebrate, she's decided to eat more raw fish. Is anybody going for sushi tonight for dinner? Eh? Anybody getting hungry for sushi? No? I want to now. You should do it. Let me know how it is. No, it's Taco Tuesday. Oh my god, tacos sound so good. Oh, now I'm hungry. Not because of raw fish. I'm hungry for tacos. A sake roll? Does it have sake in it? How does that work? Made some really nice tacos on Saturday. Fresh guacamole and everything. Oh, nice. That sounds delicious. You've never had sushi? It's definitely an acquired taste. I think it's just okay. It's not bad. Some people absolutely love it. Sushi I meant tacos. You never had tacos before? Oh my god. I can understand not having sushi, but not having tacos? Oh my god, that's crazy. You gotta find yourself some tacos. Yeah, Vector, I do feel like there's definitely maybe it's because those people grew up with it. But there are definitely people who absolutely love it. Yeah, but sushi, I recognize that sushi is with rice, but doesn't it traditionally have raw fish in the sushi? I know sashimi is just raw fish, but I feel like people can relate to the word sushi a little more than sashimi. But doesn't sushi usually have raw fish in it? I know there are types of types of sushi that don't have even any fish in it, let alone raw fish. But traditionally, isn't it made with raw fish? I don't know. At least Google AI says that traditionally it's made with sushi grade fish such as tuna, salmon, yellowtail. Let's see what the Wikipedia page says. It comes from the dish known as narazushi, which is matured fish stored in fermented rice for possibly months at a time. So I guess it depends on how pedantic we want to be. I totally recognize, though, that modern sushi is many different things and not just raw fish. But I feel like in the general sense, when you use the term sushi, the first image that pops into people's minds is raw fish and rice. No? I think so. Seaweed too. Seaweed, raw fish, rice. No, I'm not a huge fan of seaweed either. Surprised it's easy to make yourself. No, I've never tried it. Okay, we can make the door now as long as she doesn't botch. Don't botch. Okay, good work. Very good work. Now we gotta worry about heat stroke, but so far so good. Really though, we should be talking about tacos because I think we can agree tacos better than sushi. Turns out we cannot actually agree on that. Okay, I personally think tacos are better than sushi. But then again, it's kind of interesting though because tacos are kind of the same in terms of just how varied they are. There are so many different ways to have tacos. Traditional tacos are very straightforward, but people get crazy with the variations. Wasn't somebody talking about poke the other day? I still don't know what it is. It's like a bowl with some kind of fish in it. Sushi tacos? My God. Do fish tacos usually have fried fish, or is it usually baked fish? I've had some good fish tacos before. I had some fish tacos in Marquette, of all places, and they were delicious. You're eating tacos right now? They don't have eggs in them, do they? Or potatoes? Just for the record. Yeah, the fish tacos near you are battered fried fish. I feel like I've had them both ways, but I think the battered ones are better. Well, everything battered and fried is usually more delicious, but... A rewarded attack. 1 archer, 1 pendant. No, I don't think I will. The gold would be nice, but... The poke place you listed... Is it pronounced poke? I feel like I'm saying Pokemon. Is Pokemon related to poke? Are these things connected in some way, shape, or form? Ooh, we got a transport pod crashed. Dolly. Nimble, hardworking Jaime. Ooh. She does have a shirt that I want, though, so we're going to go take it. Short for short for Pocket Monster. Oh. Poke's Hawaiian? Wait, really? I didn't know that. Not gonna be as good for heat protection, but it would get rid of the tattered... Well, no, I guess I'd still have the penalty. We'll keep the jacket. Okay, so Pokemon and Poke have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Good to know. Don't slice your pocket monsters into cubes. I've never had Poke though. Never had it. I'll start saving up enough wood for a passive cooler. Definitely going to be sleeping inside this time. I've learned my lesson. Oh, you know what? Actually, maybe a bow is better. I don't know. I can't help but feel like if Pokemon were real, less people would eat meat. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, they should be able to set a swimming zone. Well, part of the problem is the fact that it's a recreation type. I think honestly, I think the best solution would be let them just swim to get rid of heat stroke instead of as recreation. Because right now they don't swim to get rid of heat stroke. They happen to get rid of heat stroke if they swim. No, Jaded Optimist, they do get cooled off when they swim. But they won't swim to cool off, if that makes sense. So once they get bored of solitary recreation, which is the swimming type, they'll choose to do other types of recreation. So if they're bored of solitaire, they won't go swimming to get rid of their heat stroke, which is quite annoying. Sure, but does it have them swim when they have heat stroke? Yeah, it is silly, especially when they're surrounded by water. Major break risk, and I can't do anything about it. Can you guys hear the lawnmower in my microphone? I don't know if I need to shut the window or not. Oh, tantrum is not great. At least it's a random tantrum. Okay, she destroyed the door. That's bad. Alright, I think I gotta shut the window. It was so loud. Awesome. That went really well. My door. I might get enough wood to rebuild the door from this. It's really a big setback losing the door. It would be nice to kill those boom loops and get their leather, but that's not going to happen with a dagger. Yeah, let's cut these down, see what we get. Yeah, between the cactus and the stumps, we probably will get enough. Yeah. Which will hopefully keep me safe during the next manhunter. Oh. Okay. On the bright side, I feel like it's just... I was just about to say, I was just in the middle of saying, on the bright side, I feel like we've hit rock bottom and we can only go up from here. I was in the middle of saying those exact words. Why are you this way, Randy? No, get out, Boomalope. This is a private residence. Alright, now we've officially hit rock bottom and we can only get better from here. Oh no. How bad is the heat stroke? It's 318 in here. It's always guinea pigs, these stupid manhunting guinea pigs. I feel like the guinea pigs really did have to swim out here. Some of the animals are too small. They didn't wade out here, they just swam. After I shut the stream off today, I'm going to go record the next few episodes of the Iceberg Run, and I really hope it goes better than this. Otherwise, if it goes like this, only 5 episodes. I really hope they go away before she dies of heat stroke. Well, she's only at 9%. It's not too bad. She can survive 306, which means that at 316, that's when she's going to start increasing her heat stroke. If you're playing on Celsius or Kelvin, you can survive up to 10 degrees above or below your minimum or above your maximum. You don't start getting heat stroke until over that 10. For Fahrenheit, you don't start getting heat stroke for 18 degrees above your max or 18 degrees below your max. But you won't start getting rid of the heat stroke or the frostbite until you return to your comfortable temperature range again. Awesome. Awesome. Guys, I think that might be it for me today. I think that might be it. She's decided to break out of her safe enclosure. And now she's gonna die to guinea pigs. Oh, okay. Well, she's at least not broken. Okay, one guinea pig down. Okay, she survived the guinea pigs. Yeah, I thought she was dead, so could have been worse. She destroyed her horseshoes. Still on the island? For now. For how much longer, I do not know, but for now. I gotta get you fishing. Alright, I gotta take a quick break. I gotta step away from the computer. This is becoming challenging mentally. I'll be back in a few minutes. just eating some food real quick. How's everybody's day going so far? I ordered a new pillow. It just arrived. Looking forward to trying it out. It's my way of avoiding buying a new bed, new mattress. But new pillow should be good enough, right? Oh, just a basic sandwich. Trying out this challenge? Yeah, let me know how it goes for you. That's awesome. I'd love to see some screenshots of your base progressing. My base has not been progressing, so I don't have screenshots to share. Did I forget to put be right back on the screen when I was gone? Oh well. Thanks for being patient. Yeah, I figured some food would make me less grumpy towards RimWorld. We'll see how that goes. Okay. You made yourself some coffee. How's the coffee? I could go for some extra caffeine right about now. Get back immediately botched. No, my sandwich was barely a simple meal. I just got rid of the mood penalty for being hungry. How are you today, Alex? Did I eat at a table? No. I very rarely eat at a table. Do you get a mood buff when you don't eat at a table? Sorry, a mood debuff when you don't eat at a table? I eat my meals hunched over the sink like a man. Who can afford a table in today's economy? You eat in your bedroom, so like every meal is breakfast in bed? Why do you hear about breakfast in bed, but you never hear about lunch in bed? Or dinner in bed? For a treat, today I'm going to make you dinner in bed. Like, you never hear about that, do you? This Castaway challenge is torture for who? For you? I made spaghetti last night. It was pretty good. I had homemade tomato sauce. Tomato sauce I made myself. I grew myself. I grew the tomatoes myself, and I made the sauce myself. I did not make the pasta myself, although I have made pasta before. I made like 3 liters of tomato sauce. I've been eating that every night until it's gone. I made... You guys ever had... It's weird when you say it out loud, but TVP, I think is what it's called. You guys ever had TVP before? I made my sauce with that. Actually, I didn't make the sauce in general with that. It's just normal tomato sauce, but I made it last night for the spaghetti sauce with that. I had only heard about it recently. It's okay if you guys don't know what it is. I'm not going to tell you. We need more trees. Well, we need more cactus. We need more cactus. Oh. At least she has a bow. I can't catch a break. I have a knife and she has a bow. We might be okay here. Although I am damaged already. Oh god, severe moderate nutrition. Oh no, that's not good. I might be dead from the malnutrition. I didn't realize that my malnutrition was so bad. What attempt are we at now? We don't count attempts here, buddy. Oh my god. Well, I hate to do it, but honestly, that might be my last run of the day. I think RimWorld beat me today. Some days you beat RimWorld, and some days RimWorld beats you. I'll try again tomorrow. I was going to roll a new character and a new map tomorrow, but I think, honestly, we'll give Ramos another try. I think I'll do something a little more productive with the next few hours and go record some Iceberg gameplay. Appreciate you guys hanging out today, though. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Make sure you follow on Twitch, and make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Go check out my YouTube videos. Go give them a thumbs up. Camino all collapsed. Ramos, if she wasn't starving to death, she would actually get up. But she's starving to death, so... I'll be live again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. Hopefully the runs go a little bit better than today. Feel free to join Discord if you want to get updates on when the stream goes live. Or if you want to just come hang out, if you want to come chat, if you want to come post screenshots of your base. We'd love to have you. There's the Discord link if you want to come join. I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern.